condition can take adequate physical activities. As for a 20-year-old mom, we underload her when we use the Covenant formula. So when we use the target heart rate zones as a key instrument is quite a popular method, actually. So what are the main results we attained? The optimal heart rate was identified empirically after our research. And these are some main studies of women and their children, babies. So you see some babies were given higher Apgar scale rate. And a lot of parameters are taken into account when assigning this Apgar scale number. As a conclusion, identified based on optimal heart rate parameters. But you know that it's not a universal parameter. It's quite a relative parameter. For some women, for example, 140 beats per minute is too many. So we have to take an individual approach. So here on the slide, you see this recommendation, which you can find at any medical websites. And so we have a lot of information on pathologies. So it's quite difficult for us to establish the norm, even for the blood pressure. And we do not have any reliable sources we can rely upon when we think of an adequate and optimal heart rate. I believe that the only way out of the situation is collaboration of psychologists, doctors, and so on. So doctors can tell us what to do, and we will tell them how to do that. Mom. So that's all it means. Questions, please. Unfortunately, the interpreter cannot hear the question. Well, like in any studies, we faced some negative results, some negative factors, but I would answer like that. We looked at medical problems, preeclampsia, diabetes, and so on. And we looked at the preventive capacity of this physical activity that we studied. I also participate in medical congresses, and they say that they prescribe quite strong medication, certain acids, for example, in conditions of preeclampsia. But they are not so much likely to prescribe physical activity. So these projects are more social ones. We spend so much time working on this, but we are not anyhow supported by the government. They tell us it's well studied, well researched already. And we ask them in return, give us any examples. We are not speaking about exercises in particular. We are speaking about the methods, how to use these exercises. We cannot guarantee that all women will get equal results when they take certain physical activity training. So we have to dose, we have to adjust physical activity to different women. So during our study, the training lasted for 1 hour, and women trained differently. Some of them trained once a week, others 2 times a week, and others 3 times a week, depending on their health condition. As for our colleagues from Great Britain or Canada or the USA, they do recommend physical activities. They proved that it's good for health, but nobody knows the criteria. We do not know where we can get with this physical activity. That's why we need research. And we do hope that we will find partners to do more research in future. So you said that the heart rate can grow dramatically during physical exercises. But what are the criteria? So how to assess the target heart rate? So we measured so it's a certain skill to measure the pulse, but we trained our specialists specially to do that. So you said about extreme pulse. What we do have a working area of heart rate, so it's a certain interval. So we cannot allow any numbers lower than that and higher than that in pregnant women engaged in physical training. So we do have some objective control methods and subjective control methods. And we have a trainer, a qualified trainer, who can control these parameters as well. Did I answer your question? And thank you for your questions. You helped them to unveil my topic even more. So you want the doctor to prescribe a certain physical activity to pregnant women, like aqua aerobics, yes. And we do have some positive experience related to that. So who will be responsible for any negative consequences if aqua aerobics does bad to a pregnant woman? Well, we do not run away from this responsibility. So the task of a doctor is to allow a pregnant woman to do some aqua aerobics, and then she comes to us, and we decide how much and how often should the woman do aqua aerobics. It will depend on your condition, on any possible pregnancy-related diseases she may have. I am a professional sports doctor, so I have enough grounds to say what I say. Now, doctors and physical trainers are more enemies than partners. Another question? Unfortunately, not to the mic. We do not have anaerobic training. And my second question is about criteria. So your criteria are medical parameters, right? So on the one hand, you provide physical training, but the results are assessed by other criteria from a different field. So what's your target? Your target should correspond to the activity. Well, to my mind, pregnancy is not a disease. Well, yes, thanks to evolution. Yes, I absolutely agree with you. Pregnancy is not a medical condition, but somehow only doctors now are responsible for pregnant women. Well, actually, doctors are responsible for healthy people as well, not only for diseased people. And I believe that we have to fight for that. We have to state that we also have some knowledge and some understanding, and sometimes we understand even more than doctors. Okay, I propose that we do not have a discussion now. We can discuss it later. Could you please ask very specific questions? Well, I would like to wrap up my presentation, and I thank you for the opportunity. So I would like to end with the following words. When we take a pregnant woman and when I started the situation with training for pregnant women, I realized that I have to do something about it. And when we started to study the literature, we realized that we do not have any information on that. So we have been the pioneers here. We were the first in the world, and we started 2,000 pregnant women. Only pulse was controlled in 800 women. And the results that we received are tremendous. I also had a question. One more question, please. You mentioned that technical methods of measuring pulse are insufficient. So the special devices for measuring pulse are not very correct ones. Why do you believe so? Thanks for the question, for pointing that out. Well, I'm not speaking about the incorrectness of these measuring devices. Together with Boris Nikolaevich, we purchased our first pulse measuring device a couple of years before, and we used it with pregnant women in training. So now I'm working at the University of Economics, and we are studying a lot of students. We are researching into many students, and nearly each of them has pulse measuring device. I'm talking about the portions of training, how to dose the training. Who can tell you? Thank you. The next presentation will be made online. Jan B and Lin Ki, they will tell us the good governance and symbiosis. A study on the realization path of the elderly fitness-friendly community construction. Are you with us? How is the connection? Can the speaker hear us? So then we proceed to the next presentation. Elena Kosmina from St. Petersburg. She will tell us about a warm-up in computer sports questions and answers. We have the previous speaker with us. Can you hear us? Mr. Janbin, can you hear us? Then Elena Alexeyevna. Good afternoon. The scientific community, I will tell you again about computer sports. Actually, all the presentations about computer sports are made at our session. So pre-training is a very important step in sports. You can hardly imagine an athlete without any pre-training before competition, but unfortunately in cyber sport, this important step is not anyhow reflected. So the target of my study is to identify the approach of athletes to pre-training before competition. So the key method is questioning by the Yandex Forme tool. There were 135 cyber sportsmen at the age from 18 to 25 years participating in cyber sports and competitions. Here you see the percentage of those who do some training before competition. So when we did our study, we saw how many people really do this pre-training before the sports game and before competitions. In cyber sports, There are 7 disciplines only which are officially integrated into the Russian register. So we realized that only 5% of athletes do pre-training before the game. 9% of athletes do pre-training in tactical 3D fight. For example, Counter-Strike game. Only 8% do pre-training in technical simulators, and any virtual car race can be considered a technical simulator. Strategies in real time, for example, SmartCraft is related to this discipline, 14%. And those who are engaged in different intellectual games or sports simulators do not do any pre-training. So like Tetris, some modern types of Tetris, or tennis, for example, can be considered a sport simulator. So here you see pre-training percentages before competitions. So the fight arena, 93%. Custom-made cards or maps are used. So some athletes watch some video materials before competition, which can be useful for them. As for tactical 3D fight, 84% of athletes do pre-training. Also custom-made maps or some information about the game. Here they practice in accurateness of shooting. And as for the fight arena, exercises are more unified. An athlete can use one and the same map and practice with different weapon. Only 9% of athletes pre-train in fighting. In technical simulators, 67% athletes do pre-training. 22% of athletes pre-train before intellectual games. So the practice with the materials they will have to work at the competition precisely. Also, they train their memory or attention. Sports simulators, 11% of athletes do pre-training. And here, the main exercise is exactly that one of the competition. And those who do strategy in real time pre-train at a rate of 43%. As for tactical 3D fight, they said that they use computer games with high intensity. Some strategies or chess games. On the next slide, you see physical exercises. So in fight arena, 80% athletes use physical exercises, technical 3D fight 12%, fighting 9%, technical simulators 17%, intellectual games no, sports simulators 11%, and so on. So the most popular physical exercises mentioned by our respondents are here on the slide. So mainly it's exercises for fingers and wrist and bending head exercises with expander and tennis balls, bending body, unfolding arms, and so on. So we can make a conclusion that in general, athletes are not so highly motivated to do pre-training before the game or before the competition. They do not have enough knowledge about the positive influence of physical exercises for the results they can show in a competition. Watching video or judging some or studying some statistics is not enough. So we need to form a methodology, to develop a methodology and to spread this knowledge among athletes engaged in cyber sports. So what did we do? We developed a portal containing 3 parts. Make your own pre-training, rating of pre-trainings, and information. So the page Create Your Own Pre-training contains 2 blocks. Exercises and assessment. Respondents have to indicate the discipline they engaged in, so automatically the duration of pre-training is calculated in the number of physical exercises and other types of exercises, and as a result, a training is formed, a rating is formed. So students are using this portal, trainers and cyber sport athletes. In the future, we plan to develop different types of assessment using artificial intellect. Now we have only 200 of parameters and we can make assessment manually. That's all with me. Thanks for your attention. Any questions, please? Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm from the University of Economics in Petersburg. So, athletes find it not so easy to adopt what you say. So children are so much involved into cyber sports. Do you think that in future cyber sports will not be an independent type of sport, but it will be part of other disciplines, for example, chess and box combination, chess and boxing? Thanks for your question. I believe that cyber sports deserves to be an independent type of sport. And we, specialists in cyber sport, do our best to control the situation, to stop this endless computer gaming, because cyber sport and computer gaming are different things. As for cyber sports, as a part of some other discipline, I can tell you the following. 2 months ago, a new type of sport was created, which combines some cyber sport and real offline sport activities. And results are calculated from both fields, from the digital one and from the real one. So I think that cybersport is already a part of existing sports disciplines. More questions, please? My name is Andrei, and I have a question. So, sport can develop you both physically and intellectually and emotionally as well. So my question is as follows. Have you seen any trends of the human body development of your cyber sportsmen? So what's happening with the cyber sportsmen? So what will happen to this cyber sportsmen? So what do they develop actually? Their fingers or what? So what will happen to their body? Well, I got your question. So cyber sportsmen develop their brain, first of all. They think really quickly. So athletes who come to participate in cyber sports are very much different. So we have a cyber sportsman here, a student of the fourth year of my university. So you can look at him. No any considerable physical changes are noticed. But as the previous speaker said, all cyber sportsmen should meet the requirements for real athletes, so they should be well trained physically as well. A lot of cyber sportsmen combine this discipline with other sports, and this is what is recommended by the scientists. So some cyber athletes are engaged in dancing, for example. The others do chess playing. So it's quite an interesting topic for discussion, and I think it deserves more research. So you mentioned that different cyber disciplines require different physical exercises. And what's actually the difference between these physical exercises? So most probably all athletes require some general physical training, and that's it. Well, actually, differences are tremendous. For example, Fight Arena engages 5 people sitting at computers playing. But technical simulators is a race, for example. So there's a big screen and there is a wheel a player will work with. So training there is different. Athletes engaged in this discipline train their feet, actually. Others do not need that. Sports simulators require working with joysticks and so on. So some games are played on phones, so people can take any position. They can sit or they can stand and so on. So for different cyber sport disciplines, different requirements exist for physical training indeed. Ilya Sokolov. I represent the Lesgaft University. My question is as follows. Can you tell us about your educational portals? How can they be used in other sports except for cyber sports? Thanks for the question. It's not exactly about my presentation, but still, we developed 3 educational portals, and they can be used as an aggregator of exercises. So a similar format portal can be developed for other disciplines, and an aggregator can collect the most promising, the most innovative developments from different disciplines. Another question. So you have norms for intellectual loads. I think that your athletes suffer not from physical overloads, but from intellectual and emotional overloads. Well, yes, balance is important here, as always. So athletes have to change loads and rest. Of course, no one can sit for 12 hours in front of the computer. It's an overload to all the systems of the body. So you can use recommendations developed for people working with computer. The same recommendations are applicable to cyber sportsmen, and different people require different time for rest. And I can tell you that our cyber athletes do not sit in front of the computer all the time, so they walk or stand. It's really difficult to sit all the time during the working day. Any more questions? No more questions. Let us give the floor to our Chinese colleagues. They are online waiting for the floor. Okay, we have already announced the presentation of Le Jianbin and Li Anqi. I will remind you the title, Good Governance and Symbiosis, a study on the realization path of the elderly fitness-friendly community construction. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Are you online? How is your connection? Can you hear us? Could you please put on your mic? We cannot hear you well. How about the connection?
national fitness has increased, showing a positive growth and a good trend. However, the increase rate is slow. The number of participants is not optimistic enough. The high-quality fitness for all among different regions is uneven. The facility is not up-down, and the traditional way of participating in national fitness is single. Part 4 Conclusion. First one, improve the development concept of national fitness based on inclusive quality. Second one, promote remove the national fitness system and stimulate the market's vitality. Third one, change the advantage for most fitness for all the quality, the awareness of energy conservation. The last one, strengthen the technical sport of fitness for all and after the exciting, efficient call. This is all my reports. Thank you for listening.
Так, у меня нет звука. Видимо, звука нет ни у кого. So the lack of physical activity can be compensated by 2 weeks suspension training, among others. So this is a use of this hanging loops, developing the stabilizing muscles or core muscles. These muscles are responsible for stabilizing the back and hips, especially when we have to maintain static poses. These muscles are fundamental for human health. Here on the slide, you see the main core muscles. In fitness clubs, predominantly women of a considerable age are clients, so these core muscles are a good exercise for the aged women. But what should be the load? It should be calculated individually. we have to ensure quality analysis. You have to measure the strength of certain muscles. But to identify an adequate load, you can use only indirect methods. You can calculate a load for certain muscles, core muscles. So we measured the core muscle strength in 20 women, age 30-45. Here on this slide, you see how we measured the strength of these muscles. The results showed that there are 3 groups of muscles. Three groups of women. You see, the first group included 8 women, the next one 7 and 5. Here is the comparison. In order to identify the influence of TRX exercises on core muscles, we registered the muscle electric activity because it's proportional to the strength. So we analyzed 17 TRX exercises in total. Here you see electromyogram of core muscles exercises. Here you see the electric activity of muscles of the most popular TRX exercises. You see that certain exercises influence more than the others, and this is indicated in red. As a result of the study, we can make the following conclusions. Elderly women engaged in fitness have different core muscle strength. Electromyographic methods allow to take an individual approach when prescribing certain TRX loads for different women. Thus, we can develop a method of TRX exercises to improve the health of women, of elderly women. Any questions, please? So the core muscles are dynamic or static? And what's the correlation of the exercises? Actually, I've seen only dynamic exercises in your presentation. Thanks for the question. Well, actually, core muscles are both dynamic and static, and predominantly they're responsible for the stabilization of posture. So static is a focus. But, however, they these muscles are also used for dynamic activities. And I can show you. So 3 exercises out of 4 are dynamic. So you see in the top right corner, an exercise for hips. And under it, she also is bending her hips, hip muscles. That's why core muscles are responsible both for dynamic and static movements, but predominantly static. So dynamic muscles are correcting the static ones or not? Well, these muscles are universal. They cannot be this or that, they're both. Depending on the exercise, they can do both static and dynamic work and combined work as well. Good morning. Can we extrapolate this data on other ages? Are they applicable for younger women? Thank you for the question. Well, it's an individual. It's a group training. We analyze statistical reports of fitness clubs. Well, women of this age are just the most popular clients of fitness clubs. Well, is it possible to apply these methods for younger women? I think yes, but we have to prove it. Thank you for your presentation. So, what are these core muscles? How can we call them? What are the synonyms? So, belly muscles, or what? Abdominal? So why do we use this terminology, core muscles? It's used internationally. That's why we are using it as well. Answering your question, I would say these are stabilizing muscles. Yes, abdominal muscles and some back muscles. The fact is that the graduates of Lesgaft University, when they come to work to fitness centers, face some difficulties. They see this term, core muscles, and they are asked to use this. But do we really have to use this term to be adopted in the global community or not? Can we use our own terminology? Well, we do not have to adopt any new terminology. We already know all these muscles, but we call them differently. We are lagging behind European countries in fitness. But our own understanding, knowledge that we have in our country about these muscles is also at the top level. We understand what we are talking about. It's just for better understanding with our European colleagues. Any more questions? If no, thank you.
Paraphrase: research models, research results, and conclusions. Reference 1. Research background. By talking people at the conceptual following the idea of good governance and bring action to the research of urban community construction mode, we can meet the fitness and health needs of the injured. So that the injury percentage can allow injured employee and feel public good service results and relaxed, safer and comfortable fitness environment. So as the factor promotes the physical and the mental health of the injury. 2. Research purpose. 1, 2. 1. Start talking. Based on this function theory and researcher recreation theory, the subject fixed and object system of the community construction are constructed. 2. The construction of good governance. The construction the development of the fitness friendly community construction moved for the injury. Talking the elections in development and the construction of the Indian fitness population as the main line of the research. 3. In some samples, build an injury-friendly community construction move with the government leading market, existing construction action, and interesting integration. Research moves by use the most of Richard logical and linguistic with the help of library data extraction and home research. Research related sports academic Introduction and master is the doctor papers in depth informing the research lecture on community construction and enough fitness development. Conjecture and sort out the literature and the research content and current status information and stocks and stock package is already based for the study. 3. Current 3. Research results. Research results 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Government aid. Government department guardians need to choose strength the sound and system courage, magic for the enter in the community, and lay a start for up for the development of the past of milk and healthburn community for the aid. 2. Market assistance. The demand and purchase for community support service for the angel are often a component in the process of the construction and development. 2. Standardization and authority of social organization and enterprise. The key is to turn to the relationship between the government and the market and the main body of the 3. Social action. The management and the construction of community and your fitness social social organization, the functions and the powers of sport, acknowledge, and the social organization should encourage the discord power of their opponent. Environment should be improved, and the interaction of organization strength should be strengthened. 4. Interest interaction for the construction of human capital is for the angel in the community. People are the most active factor in the process of community operation. The main body of the community development of social productive and the structure path for the base place and implementation in various reforms. The injuries in the community want to have a long-term and stable living environment and suffer and effective sports sphere, and hope to build a mutual and stable community sport human resource system. Research constraints based on the essence of the 4 aspects of our country's community sport fitness service, organization, management, human resource, and information sure construction. Start for the possibility and build, and based on the logic perspective of our country's major community construction. A large number of new expectation and carve-out, and a new pace is proposed for the combination of its government, state, and social self-governing rule. Start from the sport and assembly of symbol fitness for the angel population in the community. This paper named and the fake work and more construction of the and boarding field fitness community. Interest in the community results take the involvement of the national development past at the start point of service and the development and management system and home and abroad. And first the development pace of the angel body building for the community mode that decrease to the development of the new year where mentions in relaxation and personalization of the community. social organizations and contemporaries should give full praise to the advantage in market action to self-community construction through government in departments, investments in community development, and market good use of UN's infrastructure. First, implemented by the government. Infrastructure, community public sports server mode will be for the short spread organization activities. School of Sports turn Tianjin University. Thank you.
У нас еще один доклад, есть следующий, тоже китайские коллеги, Цзян.
We have one more Chinese presentation about British tennis, research on female power. Do we have our Chinese colleagues with us?
Dear experts and scholars, I'm honored to be given this opportunity to share my views on the topic. The content of this sharing is for parts, background, main details and analysis, and sports and gender are critical areas of study in contemporary social development. Britain is known as the birthplace of modern sports, and the modern tennis was once described as the leading sport for women by the president of WTA. Obvious. The sports play is the participation of women of the apparently equal participation was a deeper gender inequality. Study and analysis of the difficulties of women's participation in tennis and the demonstration of women's power can enhance the public understanding and the attention given to the let's come to the third part. Let's follow the timeline to summarize the three phases of British women's tennis development in the 20th century and before. The long parties, the 80s, provided setting for singles. Very important is the tennis. Any woman who has strengths of their joys and strengths. For one, and mental abilities, while tennis became a popular sport for women. In 1923, Chambers, the first female member of the LTA's board of directions, emerged, but the idea of an international resisted. Her tennis was revitalized, but the prize money and the product endorsements went disproportionately to men. Women's tennis was developed as a hobby, but readily gave way to family needs. With the rise of demanded greater economic freedom, equal pay, and rights. And in tennis, several female players made great efforts to advance women's tennis in terms of choice, pay, and status recognition. The study found that although tennis offers more opportunities for women to participate, the marginalization of female players, life and motherhood, the equality, and the absence of key decision-making are all factors that development of women's support. With and feminism in Europe in the 18th and 19th centuries, the highly representative women tennis players showed great progress in terms of choice and match presence. From 19, marked the beginning of when she defeated and seven-time winner the singles at
Дальше то же самое. Онлайн-режим. Пащенко Лена
The
Григорьевна.
next presentation will be made by Elena Pashuta. She will tell us about current trends in the development of sports for all social aspects. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for the opportunity. Dear moderator, dear colleagues. Так, у нас канал перепутался. So, sport is a social institution, and it's essential for forming the way of life of people. We cannot hear you. So sad. We can hear you. Definitely we have our own conference.
Очень печально, что такой конгресс и такое информационное сопровождение, низкий уровень цифровизированного сопровождения.
Well, it's such an important congress and so low level of information support. It's such a pity. Now you hear me? Yes, we can hear you now. Okay. Okay, I will begin once again. So, sport is a social institution, is a social movement that is essential for forming the way of life, the mode of life of people. The mass sport, sports for all, is the most appropriate for regular people. People can fulfill their needs, meet other people, and develop values conveyed by physical activity and sport. There are competitive sports and sports for all, which is just for positive emotions and for communication with like-minded people. In our country, the approach to physical culture and sport is based on popular physical culture and sports events targeted towards people of different ages and different physical condition. So we decided to look into people's motivation to participate in this event, So we analyzed the results of social studies and the literature, so everything we could find in the open access. So the study showed people are more likely to be engaged in sports with individual loads without any competitive aspects. The same trend is marked by foreign scientists as well. So this corresponds to other social trends of our society. So we see that people are getting more individualistic and competitive rather than altruistic and collaborative. And this is reflected in the sport. And for people who are not professional athletes, it is important to be engaged in such sports which allow them to train according to their own individual program. We have a lot of different training courses in the internet. So younger girls opt for individual trainings rather than group trainings. The pandemics also fostered online individual training, so people got an opportunity to train for free at any time and any place. So the global trends in the fitness area portable technologies contributed to this individualization of sports. So these mobile devices and gadgets which are responsible for your daily routine and calories consumed made it possible for people to be their own trainers. Also, construction of sports grounds here and there, different cycling roads and paths in all areas of the city made people more interested in doing sports individually. However, people are not likely to participate in massive sports events. So we have to do more to engage people into such events, starting from their childhood. If a person is used to doing sports at an early age, he will continue to do that, but the experience should be positive. If a person lost some competitions, he will not be motivated to continue. Moreover, sports events should have different nature. They have to be emotional and extreme, and some of them can be intellectual and so on. Some traditional team sports like volleyball, basketball are not so interesting for people anymore. However, more individual sports are more appealing, like quests and so on. So in future, most probably we will face the sports personification. In our country, We do have experience of competitions with individual targets for participants. So, for example, people participated in the ski race, and the target they set was just very personal. So competitions can have different targets, still uniting all people who like sports. For example, the general goal can be 91 miles in 3 months, but people can get this result at their own speed. This will allow us to unite professional athletes and amateurs. Thus, sports for all programs providing opportunities for all people regardless of their preparedness and strength is a good choice. Even more people will be engaged into sport if we practice this. Thanks for your attention. Thank you. It was an interesting presentation. And how to judge these competitions? You mean online competitions? Well, I mean these competitions with individual targets. There were some judges on the track who controlled the distances covered. As for online, it is controlled in the automatic mode, and there are some GPS resources showing the speed and distance of each and every participant. The idea is that we have to create a situation of victory for all participants. So what is important is not the speed or the result. What is important is participation, engagement. So it's like competing with yourself. Like tomorrow you are able to cover longer distance than today. Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. You said that digital technologies will allow us to do without a trainer. Do you really think so? Well, that's what is said in the studies in the open access. Well, actually, I personally am against this completely individual trainings when people do not communicate with anybody when training. So I'm for having a specialist who can teach you how to do this or that, how to select a load, how to correct it depending on the state of your body and so on. Of course, there should be training, But you should understand that there are a lot of people training just in the yard near their homes, and they cannot have personal trainers. But all in all, in general, of course, a trainer is required. There should be kind of teacher who can teach you how to use these technical exercises correctly.
У меня вопрос такой: если мы разделим систему, то как же мы ее соберем в лице значимости и значения для самого занимающегося? Его внутреннее состояние – это одно дело, а социальная значимость, о которой вы сейчас говорите, это другое.
But what about the social significance? How to connect it? So this is creating individual conditions for people who will compete with themselves. Well, this is a trend. We cannot neglect it. We just have to invent a mechanism for this individual athletes, how to engage them, how to attract them to become a part of society of like-minded people without competing with the others. So there is a trend. We cannot behave as if it's not here in place.
Интегрировать индивида, занимающегося спортом, можно не только с внутренним мотивом, который у него должен быть, но и
Well, it's not only internal motivation what is important, but also social significance. So we have to combine it. So it's kind of a discrepancy here. Only internal motivation is not enough. Well, we cannot make anyone do anything. So it's their own decision. Well, it's good that people are engaged in sports at all. Of course, it will be more socially significant if these people participate in some mass events. But once again, this is a trend. If we look at the generation theory, we will see that nowadays young people are trying to isolate from each other. They are not likely to get in contact with each other. So we have to invent some new mechanisms how to unite these people with so different motivations. Let's turn to the next presentation. Bashlakova Galina will tell us about features of sports training of girls and swimming, taking into account their biological age. So we have been discussing so different problems. We know that swimming is the most popular type of sport. It's especially good for health and for pregnant women as well. I'm head of the chair of water sports in Belarusian State University of Physical Culture, and I will tell you about the work we are doing in the department. Indeed, progress of our athletes should be ensured by good qualification methods and scientific and methodological support and information support and material support. So I would like to tell you what we do to provide all required things for the swimming pools. We have more than 1,000 swimming pools in the country, and the number is growing.
На слайде понятно, да, в Республике Беларусь 168. Это статистика 22 года, официальная статистика.
So these are data from 2022. It's from the sports swimming development strategy. So we have 168 standard swimming pools and 133 professional swimming pools. And we have 90 swimming pools on the balance of sports organizations. So every settlement has its own swimming pool. And there are some smaller swimming pools for beginners. And I would like to boast a project which is called a swimming pool of international standard. So it's a 3D model, but the construction has already been started. It's a project carried out jointly with China. You see that there are some spacious parking lots and barrier-free environment and other interesting features. So very soon we will be able to host international championships.
И если мы все-таки вернемся...
And if you come back,
хотелось, конечно, сказать, что рассказывая про спортивную подготовку Республики Беларусь, организованную у нас,
so the training we have in Belarus, well, we have 80 establishments around the country. We have more than 400 professional trainers and more than 1,200 participants, students. So all in all, we have 72 medals won by our athletes at different competitions. So we have something to be proud of in terms of swimming, professional swimming. This is quite a popular swimmer. He is the best in the world in bronze swimming.
хотелось бы, конечно, перейти непосредственно к теме своего доклада.
And now about my presentation, our study. So we carried out a gender analysis of our sportsmen, and we noticed that at the beginning, the number of girls and boys is nearly equal, but further on, girls are leading, and at the highest level, we have less and less girls. And at the national team of Belarus, only 30% are girls. And I believe that we have taken into account all the biological features of male and female athletes when training them.
Нами было проведено анкетирование тренеров высшей и первой категории, имеющие значительный практический опыт и педагогический стаж подготовки к лицейных спортсменов. Позвольте, я представлю некоторые результаты проведенного исследования.
So we've made a study, and these are the results.
Которые объективно отражают уровень физического и функционального развития спортсменов как при построении многолетней тренировки, так и при организации комплектования учебно-тренировочной группы.
So why is it important to study the biological aspects of our athletes? First of all, we have to select the proper students. Now we have only age and sport results. And every year, some students are taken out of the group due to their inability to get the proper results. However, they still have the potential to progress.
Наиболее перспективными плавания являются девочки, имеющие высокий уровень физического и функционального развития при нормальных и замедленных темпах полового созревания.
And nearly 100% of respondents agreed that the most promising are girls with normal and low development. And we
При этом использовать индивидуальный дифференцированный подход на этапе начальной и специализированной базовой подготовки
are using the same loads for girls with different age and physical state. And the results are different, actually. Respondents believe that individual approach is not viable here. However, half of the respondents do make some individual training programs, and 26% put together a general program, and 16% correct this general program, judging by the actual results. More studies are required to identify a proper age when we can start high physical loads. 73% believe that we have to grow loads continuously, and only 26% believe that for girls at the age of 12, 15 years old, overloading is dangerous and can lead to negative sports results. So this questionnaire proved the importance of changing educational programs, training programs for swimming, for girls who are swimmers, based on their age and pubertation.
Тренеры отдают предпочтение спортсменкам, имеющим значительный прирост физической подготовленности при невысоком темпе биологического созревания, разносторонние и щадящие спортивной тренировки. Все вышесказанное, в общем-то, актуализирует проведение дальнейших исследований на качестве.
So, based on what I have said, I believe it is important to continue the studies to make it even more making the training even more appropriate for the swimmer girls. Questions, please? So, you say that your swimmer girls cannot fulfill the requirements. Maybe we have to reconsider the requirements. Well, indeed, all the requirements are assigned for special age.
Наши тренеры вынуждены тестировать и показателям общей и специальной физической подготовки. И если
except for the sports results, the girls should show good general physical training results, and if these results are not good, there is a risk for this girl to be expelled. Of course, it's not profitable to finance a lot of sportsmen. So our work is for those who need more chances, more time to unleash their potential. We do need some individual approach. Otherwise, we will lose the female swimmers who can show really good results, even better than those whom we consider normal ones, promising ones. This guy, for example, Efimovich, who is the world's best, didn't show good results at all the stages he went through. Well, there are certain assessment scales.
Это совместное, в общем-то, но тренер сам может тоже по степени, скажем, выраженных признаков определить, в общем-то, биологический возраст спортсменки. Если он действительно понимает...
But the trainer is able himself to understand the biological age of a female athlete, of course. It's quite clear by the external features and by the sports results. Thanks for the interesting presentation. I have a rather general question. So, first of all, I have to praise your swimming pool. It's really great. My question is, how do the inventory of your trainers in Belarus? Well, there is a sports federation and they have an annual report on specialized sports. Establishments report about the number of trainers they have, trainers of different categories. We have so many advanced trainings, and quite recently we have launched an advanced training for these trainers. Regardless of their practical experience, these trainers should get proper education. So the requirements are quite clear. Each and every school knows how many trainers to send for this advanced training. No questions, please.
Вот такой вот вопрос. В Российской Федерации с 1 января этого года
starting from January this year in the Russian Federation, there have been certain changes in the normative base of physical culture and sport. So before, athletes had to train and participate in competitions, and now we have training and some probable participation in competitions. So what about Belarus? What do you mean by special sports training? And what is sports training for you? Well, that's what I ask my students when they have exams. So in Belarus, we have a law on physical culture, and there, physical training is described in detail. We usually use such a term as special training system, which includes both day-to-day training and competitions and something else. So it's an organized process targeted towards developing certain skills. I believe that we have a lot in common with the Russian Federation when it comes to legal documents. I believe that there should not be so many differences. We have the same guidebooks. Well, speaking about swimming, I believe that these terms are very much similar in all kinds of sports. More questions? Thank you very much for your informative presentation. So you mentioned biological age. Do we have a description of this term, an official description? Well, there have been a lot of studies on this. And sports do pay attention to biological age, and swimming is not an exception. You know that biological age do not always coincide with the passport age.
Внешние признаки, да, там половые и так далее, созревание идет, особенно это у подростков, это ярко выражено. Оно совпадает с паспортом, это нормостеник. Как только по каким-то показателям, по шкалам он отстает.
Well, normally it coincides, but
мы видим, да, особенно у девушек, да,
it's not always the case.
И также юноши, в общем-то, как только опережает, и он на голову сильнее, и понятно, результаты показывает.
Some children develop faster than the others. So they are called accelerated type.
Другой уровень развития физических качеств, у него другой уровень функциональной подготовленности. То есть нельзя, в общем-то, опять же, спортивную тренировку планировать, организовывать.
So we cannot organize our training based on passport age only. We have to take into account biological age of all the swimmers. What tests can trainers use to identify biological age? Judging by your experience, we do have programs and we have a scale for trainers to estimate the biological age. So, if a swimmer lags behind her passport age, but regardless of this, she meets all the requirements, it means that she has a very high level of physical strength. So these are the children we have to pay attention to. Well, maybe there are certain exercises we can use to assess. A trainer is a creative person. Actually, they develop their own tests based on their experience. And they're not so likely to share this information.
Майкл Фелпса, 53 размер ноги, да, Анастасия Шкурдай, наша юная звездочка, да, у нее, я прошу прощения, 42 размер ноги у девушки, да, она красивая, в общем-то, и понимаете, что мы оденем ласту небольшую, у нас будет такая же, в общем-то, стопа и точно так же работать, то есть она природой одарена какими-то дополнительными, скажем, физиологическими, функциональными, антропометрическими данными, потому что сейчас спорт, в общем-то, особенно спорт высших достижений, просто для, скажем, трудолюбием нужен какой-то талант. И отбор этих талантливых, и отбор этих программ.
So, you know, for elite sport, high-level sports, physical parameters are not enough. Some talent is required, and that's what we have to find in our students.
А вообще, как вот организовано, скажем, вот оздоровительные занятия, они платно или...
So, how are your swimming trainings organized? Is it a paid service or are they free of charge? Yes, we have a lot of swimming pools. And starting from the age of 7, we have Olympic reserve schools, and trainers select children there, and they're free of charge. there are a lot of general physical training groups.
Предоставили нам такую честь, да, и мы кафедрой, то есть мы тренерами и студентами 3-4 курса проводим эти занятия. То есть
And our students teach children there, and these are paid services, and a lot of children who are learning swimming there.
Аквафитнес для беременных у нас тоже проводится, и просто фитнес, и даже есть группы, мне очень нравится.
So we have different types of training in our swimming pool for pregnant women, for adult people.
Да, я говорю, это бывшие спортсмены? Нет, это те, кто начал в более зрелом возрасте заниматься вот прыжками.
And adult people show really good sports results, even if they start late.
15 лет, в общем-то, не, ну, как закончила спортивную карьеру, а потом, в общем-то, меня вовлекли опять, давайте тренироваться, плавать. Все это, конечно же,
And I used to break records in swimming in Belarus. So 15 years ago, I finished my sports career, and now I am in science and in training.
Это получается в нерабочее время заключается договор подряда. И, в общем-то,
our trainers sign a contract to teach in these swimming pools. So it's a paid service, so it's additional income. So trainers have relatively good income, but not very high. So the opportunity to earn a little bit more money at the same venue without going anywhere is quite good. And it's quite attractive because it's quite flexible, so you can make your own schedule of such paid lessons. And our students of the 3rd and 4th year find it very easy to get a job. They are demanded at schools, in kindergartens and swimming pools, so everywhere trainers are required. So it's a good trend. And now we are trying to turn this quantity into quality so that we can grow more talented athletes.
Ну что, мы дошли до перерыва. Значит, сейчас мы с вами тогда час отдыхаем, обед.
Okay, now we have lunchtime. And after lunch, we will listen to the remaining
Итак, следующий доклад на тему спорт.
Next presentation.
Метод этического и эстетического воспитания докладывает Саков.
Sports as a multifaceted method of ethical and aesthetic education. Mr. Sakov. Good afternoon, dear participants of the 11th International Congress. Glad to be here. I'm a young teacher, manager. The topic of the conference is actually very relevant. And I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation. So digitalization is changing people's minds. And sport plays a key role here because sport means healthy lifestyle. Attracting children to sport is important because tomorrow we will have healthy citizens, a healthy country. The topic of my presentation is relevant to the targets of the Congress, uniting efforts of international and national organizations in systematization and distribution of innovative projects and advanced practices of harmonious developing of people. Indeed, advanced training for teachers of physical culture is a burning issue. Science is developing rapidly. There are a lot of programs developed and methods improved, but whether the results of the scientific work are applied in the fields, at schools, at universities, well, they are applied, but not to the high scale. So sport prepares people for their professional activities and improve their emotional and intellectual condition, and is one of the most powerful tools of ethical and aesthetic upbringing. And it's also a very accessible method. Physical culture is the most popular type of sport. It's also a multifaceted tool, and it has always been important for the political and social life of any country. Participating in sports is not only good for health, but is also a good prevention measure against alcoholization and taking drugs. The big history of Olympic Games shows how important sport is. Even wars stopped for the period of Olympic Games. Sport teaches people to be tolerant towards other cultures. However, the current sport culture has become different from what we used to know. Any teacher of physical culture, any trainer, instructor has to solve a number of tasks of harmonious development of students. So physical abilities are not the only skill he develops. There are many more abilities developed when doing sports. That's why the qualification of teachers themselves should be really high. With globalization, ethical and aesthetic aspects of sports have become even more relevant. In Kyrgyzstan, the UN Administration for Drugs and Crime supported the development of a unique program in physical culture, which would unite efforts in development of young people. This sport-oriented program is called Be Engaged in Life. It informs young people of risks and helps them overcome them. There are 10 most valuable lessons which develop young people's abilities to counteract stress and interpersonal conflicts they face in their daily life and ensures positive influence. 10 topics of the program are meticulously developed to solve the following problems when developing the following factors. Development of life skills will help adolescents to communicate with the others, to build positive relations and counteract negative emotions, and it will improve their knowledge of crime and drugs, and it will help form proper values. Also, the program includes ethic and aesthetic development. It will teach children to be sensitive and properly assess the situation and support each other. It will help them grow mature, aesthetically sensitive people, intolerant to drugs and crime. Indeed, young people are grown up not only in the family, but also in the social community. So, universities should not only teach highly qualified athletes and trainers, but develop such abilities as counteraction, drugs and crime, and promotion of proper values. And we have to integrate the best international practices and techniques. We need these congresses, so we should have them periodically, and we have to analyze the results and to put them into practice, because any country is willing to bring up healthy and positive citizens. We are open to any cooperation. We are collaborating with universities, promoting friendship and cultural exchange. We are carrying out joint educational programs and different trainings and research projects. Thanks for your attention. Thank you. Any questions?
Было не очень много времени по приезду сюда, были исследовательские статистические данные, которые я не смог с собой привести сюда, поэтому
I have some statistics which I didn't show, so if someone is interested, I will send it by email.
Есть ли какие-то различия в понимании функции спорта как метода эстетического и этического воспитания?
Are there any differences in understanding sports as a method of aesthetic and ethical development tool? I mean, this approach to sports as a multifaceted tool. Well, I didn't compare it with the Russian Federation. So we carried out this program only in the Kyrgyz Republic. We even didn't compare it with Kazakhstan. But if we take all post-Soviet countries, I believe we would find a lot in common. The situation in sports and our culture will be very similar. So I believe that you can possibly introduce this program in your country as well. I studied in the Russian language school, and in Kyrgyzstan, Russian language is the second state language, so about 80% of our people speak Russian. Thank you. Can I ask a question?
Вопрос можно задать докладчику?
I'm a dean of the physical culture chair in Pedagogical University. We are a humanitarian university. And talking about physical culture, well, every group has training twice a week. Unfortunately, the question is not asked to the microphone. It's a good question. Every year we have an internal Spartakiad in our university. So both teachers and students participate. And we have just had Universiade. Our students participated and won some places. Well, sport is in the focus of our attention. So we enjoy a lot of support. Currently, we're working on the sports ground project. As for disciplines, in our university we have a volleyball professional club. They participate in the national league. And also we have judo judo
сильные борцы. У нас
professionals
да.
and fighters who participate in university.
Национальные виды спорта у нас называется стол спортбол. Это тоже
And we have some other national sport disciplines like pulling the rope
и плавание, конечно же. Да.
and of course swimming.
К сожалению, в данный момент пока.
Да. Можно задать вопрос?
Ask a question.
Это мне, да? Скажите, пожалуйста, как осуществляется оценка эффективности
How
программы
do you
лояльной
assess the
программы по
effectiveness
этическому
of
и
the
эстетическому
program?
воспитанию? Как определить,
The
что
aesthetic and ethical
молодежь стала
ethical
более этична и
development. So how would you assess that your young people have become more ethically and aesthetically developed? Well, we have certain tests to assess that. To assess students before and after the course.
Спасибо большое, спасибо.
У вас больше нет вопросов?
Any more questions?
Скажите еще один небольшой вопрос. Вот система присвоения разрядов званий, она у вас идентичная той, что в России?
What about your title system? Is it the same as in Russia? Yes, it's the same. It was shown at the previous presentation, and I compared, and we have the same. If there are no more questions, we will proceed with the online presentation of Mr. Wang Ci from China. He will tell us about the research on special physical training under the structure of badminton technical movement.
Yeah, hello everyone. Hello everyone.
Да, пожалуйста, мы вас слышим. Добрый день.
Yes, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear? Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, hello everyone. Hello everyone, I am Wang Qi from Tianjin University of Sport, China. Today, the topic of the paper I will report is research on special physical training on the structure of badminton technical movement. Below, I will elaborate on 4 aspects: introduction, research methods, research conclusions, and conclusions. The first aspect is introduction. Nowadays, with the development of physical training methods, badminton the competitions rules are constantly improve. How to improve badminton players' physical skills more effectively has become a key issue for coaches and athletes to think about. The second aspect is research methods. In this paper, literature data method induction analysis method is used to collect related references and materials about badminton physical training below other experimenters about badminton physical training for comprehensive overview, induction, and summary. The third aspect is the research conclusions. Badminton is a very popular sport. Although it is a neat competition step, it also needs the coordination and cooperation of the whole body muscle groups in order to continuously improve the competitive level. And badminton players also need to bear a huge physiological and psychological load. The requirements of footwork in badminton are very high, mainly including the footwork on the net, backward, left and right, horizontal movement in the middle of the field, and the up-limber movements such as curling the ball, backhand picking the ball, backhand rubbing the ball, long-distance ball, shadball, drop ball. Research conclusion. 1. Special strength training mainly includes badminton special strength training of small muscle groups around the upper and lower limb joints. 2. Special speed training mainly includes reaction, movement, and movement speed training. 3. The special endurance training can adopt the intermittent special footwork exercise with the step, paid step, cross step, and their comprehensive application. Skateboard, drop ball, backhand pick ball, rubbing ball, long ball, and other techniques shall be combined with corresponding parallel and cross tips for comprehensive and individual technical training. 4. Spatial sensitivity training can improve the player's ability to recognize and judge the field's action and the ball learn through various ball pace exercise. 5. In the spatial flexibility, training the techniques such as badminton ball rubbing, ball picking, and ball drawing require forward bending and sideways movements so as to use the ability to exercise the forward movement of the waist and the method of waist flexibility. In view of the characteristic of badminton high and long ball, shake ball, drop ball, king ball, and other techniques that need to pause back ball, the flexible method of practicing the backward movement of the waist is mainly used. The fourth aspect is the conclusion. Although badminton is a technistic sport, its technique, footwork, and other movement techniques as well as the requirements on physical fitness determine its outstanding characteristic of whole body movement and high intensity. This concludes my report. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Компонент спортивной подготовки, пожалуйста.
The next speaker. Dear participants, dear moderators of the session, I will tell you about sports refereeing as a component of sports training.
эффективность подготовки спортсменов зависит от согласованного взаимодействия.
Effective training depends on the correlation of its components. This is the picture of physical training and its components. The training, the competitions, and a number of additional factors which help improve the abilities of an athlete. Physical training is a basic component as for competitions. It's for certain types of athletes, and they're held from time to time to determine the winner. They're used to prepare athletes for high-level competitions. Sports results are measured and assessed by referees. So currently we understand referees as judges. At the same time, here in the picture you see components of sports training. So the author of this picture does not draw any connection between these components and competitions. This is a competition layout, so the author of the concept believe that requirements for the behavior of athletes and judges are related to competition part. As a result, we see that referees are either neglected or their role is underestimated. Other authoritative experts say a problem of refereeing in sports has always been in the focus. And is especially important for disciplines requiring complicated movements and good coordination. So a sports result depends on a big number of factors. One of them is refereeing. In a book on sports training by Mr. Shudong, we see that the qualification and objective judgment of referees influence not only the results of competitions, but also the prospects of the sport development all in all. The federal standards on sports state that refereeing is one of the kinds of sports training. So the role of refereeing is not only about competition, its role is much bigger.
Которое шире вот это вот понятие существующего на сегодняшний день судейства. Проблема спортивного судейства, как, впрочем, и...
The problem of refereeing in sport is the vagueness of the term
Важность роли спортивного судейства в различных аспектах спорта, подготовки и отбора спортсменов, а также наличие.
However, referees are so important for different types of sports, for training athletes, and it is proven by different scientific works. So it is really important to properly select referees and to train them. Professor Zulf says that in our country we have our own system of refereeing developed. Thus, it has become a kind of independent component in athlete training system. So we decided to study into the refereeing in sport to research its independent nature, to compare it with refereeing as part of the sports competition. So, in other words, we have to determine the subject of study. That's why the goal of the study is to specify the role of sports refereeing in the athlete training system. To achieve the goal, we have to solve the following tasks. To show the various options of interrelations of basic components of the athlete training system and refereeing as an independent component. We have to show the model of athlete training with refereeing as a relatively independent component. So we have selected a modeling format. So we analyze the interrelation of the basic components of the system, and we believe now we can build the models and clearly show the role of refereeing in the athlete training system. Here in the picture, you see the training model and all the components, refereeing among them. You see that these circles overlap in one area, and this is the area of interrelation, of refereeing and training. So A shows interrelation of refereeing and training, and B shows interrelation of refereeing and competition. Of course, all the rules and requirements are taken into account.
На рисунке зоны Б. Зона Б обозначает взаимодействие спортивного судейства и спортивного соревнования. Вот эта зона.
So in B area,
ограничена дугами, пересекающимися окружности 2 и 3. Эти взаимодействия спортивного судейства и спортивного соревнования осуществляются при решении задач по организации и проведению
and training interrelate when solving different tasks and holding different events and checking the outfit and the preparedness of athletes and so on. V zone shows interrelation of competition and training.
Педагогическое значение соревнований заключается в том, что соревнования определяют содержание системы подготовки спортсменов, а закономерность...
So the competition reveals the contents of training, and vice versa, training determines the system of competition organization.
Учитывается возраст и подготовленность спортсменов, которые будут участвовать в этих соревнованиях.
Also, there are certain rules for refereeing of competitions. G zone shows interrelation of refereeing, competition, training, and preparedness. It's quite a natural process. Athletes participate in competitions as a result of their training, and they should be well prepared for the competition. Circle number 4 shows different sports competitive events. So it's part of every other circle, because a sports event is a result of all interrelations. So these interrelations can vary. They can come closer or further away from the center. Given all the above said, we've made the following conclusion. So our logics and the model proves that sports refereeing can be considered as a relatively independent component of sports training. And the second conclusion: to assess sports refereeing and its role in training, we need to develop the model showed in the presentation in order to be able to properly assess the connection between components. So that's all with me. Thanks for your attention. Thank you. Any questions?
Мы понимаем систему спортивной подготовки, компоненты взаимосвязаны с взаимообусловлены, я правильно понимаю, да? И вы представляете модель, которую дополнительно будете от такой компоненты спортивное судейство.
Interpreter cannot hear the question. The mic is not used.
Есть зоны пересечения взаимодействия и взаимовлияния на различные компоненты. Спортивное судейство, абсолютно понятно, если можно привести практические примеры, скажем, взаимодействия со спортивными соревнованиями, да, мне бы хотелось, может быть, вы в части своих дальнейших исследований, как взаимовлияет и взаимообусловлено спортивное судейство и сам учебно-тренировочный процесс и спортивного тренировки, как они пересекаются, в чем будет взаимодействие именно организация или, там, скажем, вообще понятие, да, спортивное судейство именно с учебно-тренировочным процессом, непосредственной подготовкой к соревнованиям. Где зоны, в чем они, скажем, пересекаются, и необходимо именно учитывать в учебно-тренировочном процессе спортивное судейство.
Конкретные примеры, их всегда можно привести. По ходу доклада их говорил об этом, о конкретных примерах, но здесь я о чем хотел сказать.
Well, I have given some examples. Sports refereeing
Вообще и тренеры, и сами судьи представляют спортивное судейство как вот элемент спортивного соревнования.
It's currently considered as a part of sports competition. But it's also a part of the sports training.
В разработке которых и в осуществлении которых судьи принимают участие, то есть это все спортивное судейство, непосредственное соприкосновение, то есть спортивное судейство.
Because all the components are interrelated. Sports refereeing is part of sports training and part of other processes like doping control and so on.
И мы, чтобы не отсоединить, потому что спортивное судейство, то есть показать, что мы представляем в более расширенном виде судейство, поэтому мы и говорим.
So our goal is to view refereeing more globally.
В системе подготовки спортсменов. Либо это структура, либо это сама она является подсистемой, как бы относительно.
So either it's part of the sports training system or it's rather an independent system.
Не, уже как система. Да, самостоятельно, относительно самостоятельно, потому что спортивное судейство без спортивных соревнований,
So relatively independent because it cannot exist without sports competitions. And vice versa, competitions cannot exist without refereeing.
Зависит ли модель спортивной подготовки с учетом спортивного судейства, тут у вас было показано на слайде, от
So, are there any dependency on a particular sport discipline? Well, I believe that this model is applicable to any type of sport, any kind of sport. Well, everywhere there is a kind of element of refereeing.
Можно вопрос задать?
Да.
Вопрос можно задать? Скажите, пожалуйста, у вас на модели было представлено, вы выделяете отдельно спортивное соревнование и спортивное состязание.
So you differentiated between sports competitions and sports competitive events. So are they the same? What's the difference between them? Well, it's nothing new. Looks like it's very similar, but competitions are a kind of contest, but sports competitive event is a wider notion. So a football match. So, well, it's a competition or a sports competitive event. Well, Russian championship or fighting match. So it's part of the sports event dedicated to Greek and Roman fight.
Все матчи, которые происходят в рамках этого мероприятия, это и есть соревнование.
Но если говорить о соревновании, то соревнование все-таки это больше регламентировано и подчинено.
So I would say that competition is a more regulated activity, and competitive event is a more humanitarian event.
Ну, давайте мы те вопросы, что потребуют еще дополнительного рассмотрения, мы вынесем за доклады. Спасибо, Антон Сергеевич.
Thank you. The next speaker will be made by Zhao Yulei, Jiang Xiaokan, and Wang Lihua in China. They will tell us about research of functional training methods for teenage hockey players in China. It's a video presentation.
Здравствуйте. Очень рада, что имею честь читать наш доклад. Наша тема – исследование методов функциональных тренировок для
подростков. Glad to be able to participate. I will speak about the functional training methods for teenage hockey players in China. The speaker represents the Hebei Sports University from China. So the hockey has certain functional features. The goal of the study is to improve the abilities of Chinese teenage hockey players for movement. Teenagers are likely to participate in winter sports. Hockey is one of them. It's very much loved in China, especially by teenagers. Teenage period is critical for hockey players. They need to adopt a lot of new techniques, and at the same time, teenagers undergo a critical development stage. That's why it is important to take into account their special sensitivity. We have to be focused not only on developing main sports techniques, but also we have to develop other physical qualities. Hockey is a sports discipline requiring high technical and tactical abilities. First of all, athletes should skate well, and they have to be able to manipulate the ball with the help of the stick. And finally, they should be able to work as a team. Physical peculiarities of teenage hockey in China. Teenage hockey players in China are flexible and well coordinated. However, there are such problems as insufficient strength, low stability of the core, and some other drawbacks. That's why it is important to organize functional training for hockey players. For example, training the movement of upper limbs. When moving, teenage players use the strength of their upper limbs a lot. Such technical actions like fighting for the ball, dribbling, transferring the ball, shooting, defending, and so on, require a lot of strength of upper body, and also this strength is required for defense in terms of collision. So the following training is required. Press up, stability training, suspension, press up. Swiss ball pushing the weights. Training the lower limbs. Such actions as starting, speeding up when maneuvering, and stabilization of lower limbs when slowing down and turning is important. It can improve the sports results and prevent the damage of some joints. Training on the basic strength, elastic band, mini band, and sitting downs. Hand weights, glass sitting downs, bosu bowl sitting downs from height, suspension sitting down on both legs, one after another. Conclusion: hockey requires a high quality physical strength from athletes. Teenagers undergo a sensitive period when developing their sport qualities. Chinese teenagers should get some functional training to improve their movement abilities. It will improve their health and foster long-term professional development. Thanks for your attention. Any questions? No questions. Thank you again. And we turn to the next speaker. Do you have Mr. Danilyan? Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Good afternoon. We are listening to you. Key factors and safety measures in sports tourism. Thank you. I'm loading my presentation. Can you hear me? I welcome all participants. I'd like to thank the organizers for their patience. It's nearly the end of the day. And using the opportunity, I would like to invite all of you. So, Armenia, we have plus 23 now. So today, I will be talking about tourism, about safety in tourism. I believe that it's a relevant topic for all the participants. The international tourism knows that when we ignore certain risks, we can have unexpected consequences. The number of injuries is growing up. In Armenia, starting with 2020, we have had growth in adventurous tourism. So more opportunities, but more risks as well. It depends on the external conditions a lot. Tourism requires both political, economic, and social stability. When we have such risks as war, terrorism, epidemics, tourism rates are going down. I think that all of you are experiencing the consequences of coronavirus, and only recently tourism has started to develop. We have suffered from the consequences of the war.
Все заведения пережили глубокий шок и находились в глубоком упадке. В настоящее время не существует, или можно сказать, существует очень мало аналитических и научных исследований, которые посвящены
there are very few studies on the tourism safety and the negative factors influence on the tourism rate. in particular. And in our country, unfortunately, we do not have any unified safety system for tourists. So in our university, we have created a master program on sports tourism. It has functioned for 2 years already. Our students are adopting all the necessary skills required to organize safe tourist routes and prevent and cope with all the extreme situations. Safety in tourism is actually a very general notion, which can lead to an injury and to the economic losses. It may lead to the crash of the tourism industry in the region. For example, due to invasion, 18,000 tourist groups have been cancelled. Terrorist attacks of recent years led to a threefold downturn in the international tourism. When we provide tourist services, we have to be well aware of the risks and to control them. Of course, it is very difficult to measure the level of direct risks for different kinds of tourism and even for different people from different countries. That's the subject of our study. We still have to do a lot. Thanks for your attention, and good health and peace to all of us.
Добрый день. Скажите, пожалуйста, вы в начале сообщения сказали о том, что у нас уровень безопасности приводит к тому, что увеличивается на 10, даже до 13%. Да?
You said that the lack of safety leads to the 13% increase in the number of injuries. It means that in 7 years we will get 100% of injuries. Well, this number is a statistics of 3 years. In Armenia, I believe that this trend will not persist. No more questions. Thank you once again. Thanks for your invitation. Hopefully we will come to Armenia sometime. The next presentation, experimental study of the compression force of the racket handle in young tennis players, will be made by Dmitry Valeev from St. Petersburg, Lesgaft University of Physical Education. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My presentation will be dedicated to the compression force of the racket handle in young tennis players. What currently we face the problem of the deficit of programs on the topic. The question is, can we shorten the training time? Usually it takes us 10, 11 years, so can we make it shorter? I'll try to answer this question in my presentation. So, at the beginning, children are taught how to hold the racket, how to manipulate the ball. They start to train their muscles. And here we have the impulse to the body from the racket. Racket is held by fingers, but the human reaction is too low compared with the relation of the ball and the racket. So it's 120, 150 milliseconds. And the compression of the racket happens much faster. So, the more skillful the player is, the more able he is to manipulate the racket fast. Here's the trend of development. So what kind of program we need to teach to the children? So we teach them, of course, how to compress the racket, but we forget about the time of reaction. You see that children cannot reproduce movements in the same manner. They are likely to use additional muscles, so the skill is not formed yet. So we developed some additional exercises which work with the fingers, and there are some compression exercises so that children can get used to certain movements. Here is the model. The green line is the model, which is made individually. You can choose any program to teach to the child. We teach children to differentiate their force. So after the experiment, we noted that the curves started to reach the zero force level. It means that children started to adopt proper movements, and you see that curves are longer, so the time is bigger. How the area under the curve got smaller. So in our study, we compared compression force of 10 children. We carried out 200 imitations, simulations of compression force. And we can make the following conclusion. So, children required more time, but they started to adopt proper skills. Now, professional athletes need 0.55 milliseconds to compress the racket, and later on this time gets lower. So we have a method which can be used to teach children how to differentiate the efforts. So this is the exact point where a child is contacting with the racket. So this is the ultimate strength. When kicking the ball, a child should show the maximal results. And children have to learn to act in different conditions. So our program helps achieve all these results. So we can draw the following conclusions. So the more skillful the player, the less time he needs to increase the effort, and the methods we developed can be used in different kinds of sports, basketball, handball, where we manipulate a certain object, certain thing. But still we have to continue to work on that, to develop the technique. But anyway, this program can improve the repeated movements and can increase the effectiveness of training.
Норму устанавливаете, она динамическая или имеющую структуру, или она носит характер...
The intensity you create, is it a dynamic one or a static one?
Мяча, да? Оно имеет фазы какие-то определенные, да? То есть нужно остановить мяч, я так понимаю.
So there are certain steps of manipulating the ball. So first you have to stop the ball and then direct it to a certain territory, right?
Здесь получается следующее, то что хват удерживается, ракетка сама, она удерживается пальцами руки. То есть
So the racket is held by the fingers. So fingers are not moving, but the hand itself is moving. So our muscles are working in the isometric mode. So there are certain static moments involved because we are holding the racket with the fingers. Whether the trajectory and the kick strength itself depend on the compression force of the racket. And this is a very individual parameter. So there are a lot of links which are activated one after another. So if we close one link, this kinetic energy will not be transferred further on, will not be passed further on. So except for the force itself, we can also work with the time. And what's the dependence between the maximal compression force and the physical preparedness of an athlete?
Здесь предыдущих наших исследований, когда теннисисты 15-17 лет у нас проходили данные исследования, то есть было замечено то, что...
So we had a previous study of 15-17-year-old athletes. And we realized that compression time for muscles is less with more skillful athletes. So this skill is able to learn.
Дмитрий Олегович, скажите, пожалуйста, а с какой целью вы определяли импульс силы сжатия ракетки?
And why did you calculate the impulse of compression force? In order to understand how it develops and how it accumulates, because this aspect is not reflected in the scientific literature. So we showed how it changes with athletes of different age and what's the difference between children and players. And why do you need to know how it changes in order to develop a program of training?
Если идти по этому пути, тогда можно любое движение, скажем, мах ракетки или там скручивание какое-то, и тоже они будут как-то влиять на финальные усилия.
Well, actually, any manipulation with the racket will influence the final result. Why did you take compression force? Because when you compress the racket, you transmit your strength from your body to the ball. And especially on this, the movement depends. But the impulses are different when you compress the racket, when you send this force. Well, yes, indeed, we have to consider all the links to understand the entire structure, and I plan to continue my work. And how did you calculate the impulse? Our strengths. So we have time and force itself, and they're multiplied. And how exactly did you multiply them? The force here is a variable. It's not a constant value. Well, the program calculates it automatically. Questions? So you measured only the impulse, or did you measure any other parameters? Well, there is time of accumulating force, there is maximal force, there is force gradient, so there are 4 parameters we can research into. More questions? Thank you, Dmitry Olegovich. And we have the last presentation. Mr. Ulmanov Nikolai from St. Petersburg. He will tell us about functional structure of the racket grip in badminton. Anna Astrahantseva. Dear colleagues, to continue the previous presentation, I will present my own study. It's about badminton. So, the relevance. active movements, manipulations of the racket when playing badminton makes us think of a grip which can either foster or prevent the proper movements of the racket. So if we say that a racket does not change its position in the hand, it means that the hand should move together with the racket. But in practice, it's not like that. So the grip is considered to be static or varying in a very small interval. We developed a classification of 9 techniques, and grip is a special group of techniques. So let's consider the grip. First, we'll consider the rules which limit the grip possibilities, then practice and analysis of the problem. So the rules. The limitations are the sizes of the racket and its structure, its shape. So the surface is flat. And isolated. There are no limits for the handle. Also, there are certain limits. On the volant, shuttlecock, you cannot manipulate it anyhow you like, you have to kick it. This is the only way. So the analysis of the problem, we used quality biomechanical analysis. The goal was to find potential functional opportunities of the grip for kicks. So all kicks should be reliable with a high potential speed. So there should be good manipulation, good interaction between the racket and the ball. Strong kicks are required. Also, an athlete should spend its energy rationally. Also, we have to identify the conditions of reliability of kicks and so on. Different types of grips.
Ручка. То есть это зеркало, соответственно, относительно руки обычно держится довольно крепко. Соответственно, вот этот угол между плоскостью ладони и плоскостью
angle is very important. When it changes, movements also change. So the grip can be different depending on the particular parts of the hold, holder, position of fingers,
тоже это имеет довольно большое значение. Форма ручки ракетки, поскольку ее мы можем изменять, тоже мы где-то можем пытаться найти возможности в этом. То есть, в частности, какой-то набалдажник или там еще что-то такое.
Also, we can possibly change the shape of the racket, use something on the handle, and some kinematic properties on the grip, whether it fosters or prevents the racket manipulation movements. So let's consider group number 7.
Для обеспечения кинематико-динамических характеристик взаимодействия ракетки и валана при выполнении удара.
Grip for kinematic and dynamic characteristics of interaction of the racket and the volan when kicking.
Ну, также немаловажное значение уже в практике имеет надежность и точность удара.
Reliability and accurateness of the kick also important.
Биомеханические особенности влияния разных изменений хвата. Значит, изменение V-угла между большим и указательным пальцем, соответственно, изменяет конфигурацию движения рукой спортсмена.
So when we change the position of fingers, we change the movement, we change the impulse.
Хват выше-ниже, он изменяет рычаг ударной точки ракетки. То есть становится или более короткая ракетка, условно говоря, или более длинная.
So the
что тоже влияет, соответственно, на силу удара и на скорость перемещения этой ракетки в пространстве. Третье – это глубина ракетки в ладони. Глубокий хват, средний или пальцевый. Это обеспечивает нам подвижность ракетки в руке.
So depending on the grip, we can ensure stronger or weaker kicks and more flexible, less flexible movements.
Изменение силы обхвата там, до удара, в момент удара и после удара, и в том числе даже у разных пальцев, что тоже будет влиять на выполнение ударов. Значит, расположение большого пальца. Предпоставлен он другим 4 или нет? Он
Position of the full finger.
Потому что, как бы, если палец большой не противопоставлен 4, то
Of some.
Да, и ракетка может вылететь из руки, что приводит к тому, что спортсмены ее хватают.
So the wrong position may lead to the racket flying out of the hand.
Который может способствовать или препятствовать мягкость ручки, то есть она может быть более жесткой, более мягкой.
So the handle can be softer or
И набалдажник, так называемый. Он может быть разной конфигурации.
thicker, and
Он как бы помогает.
the very structure of the handle can be different. It also influences the movement. It can increase the strength of the kick.
Как мы обеспечиваем кинематико-динамические усилия? Они влияют на
That's how we ensure kinematic and dynamic
ракетки в разные точки пространства и в том числе на точность выполнения ударов.
efforts.
Ну, в момент уже нашего практического применения, то есть нашего обучения или совершенствования каких-либо ударов, мы должны не забывать, что любое двигательное действие мы формируем в системе моторный компонент, или то, что спортсмен делает, умственный компонент, ту программу, которую спортсмен прогнозирует.
So components of movement, a motor component, an intellectual component, and a sensor component. So these components are very important for teaching and improving skills.
точки зрения биомеханики по направлению вдоль центральной оси ракетки, поперек центральной оси ракетки, вдоль ударного биозвена, поперек ударного биозвена. Рассмотрим конкретный пример. Прямой удар сверху. Значит, если мы не хватаем как бы ручку ракетки плотно,
if we do not hold the handle firmly,
прямой удар сверху или добивание на сетке, но они очень похожи по исполнению. Значит, задача нанести удар в переднюю зону соперника. Это как задача максимум. Значит, этот удар
we
аналогичен.
can manipulate the racket in a more flexible manner. So when we kick, we straighten the elbow and put our wrist down.
И в пальцевый, тем самым обеспечивая поражение передней зоны соперника. То есть как мы можем вот эту переднюю зону ударить? Валан, при этом мы должны учитывать характеристики, что валан летит в вертикальной плоскости после отрыва.
So also we have to consider the trajectory of Valan.
Взаимодействие валана и ракетки тоже двигается в этой же вертикальной плоскости. Это управление по углу рыскания. Скорость валана после отрыва направлена по касательной к траектории полета валана. Ударное пятно при этом же движении обеспечивает точность попадания. На выполнении этих двух условий базируется надежность и точность удара. Включенность пальцев за счет пальцевого хвата позволила нам создать более совершенную управляющую функциональную структуру удара. То есть вот это вот дополнительные...
So studying the position of fingers and all the components of the grip, we can improve the kick and its characteristics. So as a result, we may say that the grip is not static. We have to consider both static and dynamic characteristics. So we have to include all the possible links by links
увеличивает точность, надежность, а также скорость вылета валана. Образование по новому функциональных структур ударных действий на основе
participation of the wrist increases the accuracy, reliability, and the speed of the kick. Literature. Thanks for your attention. Any questions? Any questions?
Михайловна, спасибо большое. Интересное научное исследование. Подскажите, пожалуйста, у вас там было упоминание о том, что были статические и динамические.
You mentioned static and dynamic characteristics. What are they? What are static and what are dynamic characteristics? In the grip?
Ну, это статически, это как бы нажимается.
Вот первый вывод. Говорят, что хват ракетки надо рассматривать через статические и динамические.
So you said that the grip should be considered as a sum of static and dynamic characteristics. So what are static and what are dynamic?
Нет, то есть хват мы можем измерять разными показателями.
Дело не в этом. Но хват мы можем корректировать, но мы тут, ну хорошо. Тут вот что такое статические и динамические характеристики?
Ну, статические это...
Уважаемые коллеги, вы кто-нибудь один отвечаете, пожалуйста.
Ну, статические это как раз вот сила сжатия, да, там какие-то именно то, что в статике делается. А динамические это движение ракетки в руке. Насколько вот эта траектория может быть перемещение?
То есть динамически это вы движения, а статическое это чистый хват силы.
So static are
просто какие-то удерживающие характеристики.
holding characteristics and dynamic are
Ну, перемещение в руке ракетки.
Ну да, тут просто деление не очень понятно. Спасибо.
Больше нет вопросов. Спасибо, Анна Михайловна. Спасибо. Уважаемые коллеги, на этом мы все доклады исчерпали. В заключение можно сказать,
so
что
this is the end of the session.
охвата различных областей знаний или примеров из практики, она предполагаема, потому что наша секция, она изначально предполагает и самые разные виды спорта, и
So in our session, we considered a lot of important issues related to sports for all and fitness and so on. So what's our goal? We have a lot of new trends which will continue to develop with digitalization, with globalization, and cyber sports is developing and refereeing. Physical activity is not sufficient in some disciplines. In some of them, it is absolutely insufficient. And our task is to estimate what is appropriate and what is less appropriate. And we should not be based on any kind of advertisement, but based on the reason, on different biomechanics and biophysics rules. I would like to thank all the speakers, and I hope that the next session will take place as scheduled, and good health to all of us.